Uh, Mr. Popoff, what case are you here on?
I am on credit acceptance v. Latoya Davis, 14-00828 GC.
All right, that is the one that's not on our docket. 14-00828. All right. So both of those parties are here. I'm just going through and make sure I know what everybody's there, but I've got your file. That was not on our docket originally, but I have your file. Mr. Kurtzenheider, what case are you here on?
Hi, Judge. I'm here on credit acceptance for Scott Pentecost.
Mr. Pentecost. And are you here for Mr. Mr. Olsese?
Yeah, Olsese. Yes, I'm from his office.
Olsese?
Yep.
All right, perfect. And then Miss James, who are you here on?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on behalf of Lauren Way, who is also present in my office.
Okay, that you're here for your 9 o'clock then.
Yes.
Okay, we'll be calling those cases in just a second. We're going to get rid of some civil cases first. Let's go ahead and call the one that was not originally on the docket, but it looks like everybody's here. So that's docket 14-00828. That's credit acceptance versus Latoya Flanagan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Alexander Popov appearing on behalf of plaintiff P84378.
You are Latoya Flanagan?
Yes.
All right. My understanding is I looked at the file. This is the time set. Looks like there was an order to set aside a motion for installments payments that was granted on October 4th. That was if I remember correctly, that was the plaintiff's response to the defendant's motion for installment payments. Is that correct, Mr. Popoff?
Yeah, today's the defendant's motion for installment payments.
So the defendant has now filed an additional order regarding installment payments. And in my reading of this, this is a new motion filed by the defendant. Ms. Flanagan, would you like to be heard on your motion?
Yes, I refiled for installment payments. When we spoke last time in the last hearing, I pretty much explained why I defaulted on the payments. Like I said before, I had a lot of stuff going on. My father passed away in September. My husband passed away in December. And so just going through all of those notions, I defaulted. I forgot about it. I owned up to my responsibility on that portion. So that went aside. So now I'm trying to basically set up another installment payment. The last few garnishment payments that they've taken out of my check, the first one was with taxes, $800 and something. It was $800 and some change. I have 2 daughters to support. I am fresh to the pond on single motherhood. So I'm basically just trying to stay afloat here. $800 out of my paycheck is not acceptable. And it's like, I'm not going to put myself into hardship to try to pay off a debt for a vehicle that's no longer on the road. I understand that I owe the balance. The balance will be paid, but I can't afford $800 coming out of my paycheck. Also, credit acceptance, last time that we spoke, I made you guys aware that my husband was deceased. And so you guys proceeded to send papers to his parents' house. And I just want to put this on the record. His mother was kind of distraught behind that, and that is not acceptable. So today, since I guess you guys don't believe me that he is deceased, here is his death certificate right here. And any other matters behind this, please address them to me at 1714 Lenore Avenue. And that's all I have for now.
Mr. Pop-up, do you have your response? One of the main reasons that I saw that there was an objection to the first installment payments was that it was just, it was unlikely that it would be paid off anytime in the next 18 years. I think it was defense current proposal to take defendant an additional 18 or more years to pay off the judgment, which seems unreasonable. That was part of the argument there, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Your Honor, in our response, yeah, if for her proposal of basically $100 a month, the balance right now is about a little over 20,000. It would take around 18 years, yeah, with interest to pay that off. However, I know my colleague placed $750 a month, and I don't think that's reasonable at all, personally. I would be amenable to, if we can do $250 a month, to start making a dent in that balance. Otherwise, she'll really never pay this off.
That's the fear here. The fear is we're just setting up for an endless amount of fees. Ms. Flanagan, response. I see your motion. I understand it. I also see Mr. Popov's request that some type of reasonable amount. I just don't see you paying for the next 18 years in any, it's unrealistic to me. I think the $250 is a reasonable amount to be garnished, and then start making some dent in the debt that you owe.
I actually put $100 every 2 weeks on the paperwork. So
no, you did not. I've got $50 every 2 weeks, which is $100 a month.
Okay, well, it was supposed, I don't know why I put that, but it was supposed to be $100 every 2 weeks. I had somebody helping me fill it out, but it was.
All right. So it sounds like you're in the same, pretty much in the same ballpark. All right. Well, then I think I will amend the order. I'll take your order regarding installment payments. And I think if I make it $75 every 2 weeks, does that put us close to the mark there, Mr. Papa?
I think that's okay, Your Honor.
Let me see.
And I mean, I can pay more on it when I have funds available, but just snatching $800, the reason why that check was extremely big is because I picked up overtime because I was due to have a surgery on my eye to remove a tumor for a lacrimal glands. And so that put me behind on my rent and all of the other things that I tried to set into motion to prepare for this actual surgery. And so, like I said, I'll agree to $200 or the $75 if that's what the judge is saying. I can put more on it, as time goes on, but taking more than that is just not gonna work.
Let's do that. So we'll do $100 every 2 weeks, so it's $200 a month. Let's do that. And with your permission, Ms. Flanagan, I will cross off the 50 initial it for $100 every 2 weeks.
Okay.
And then sign that. And do I have your permission to do that on your order?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm going to put the $100 every 2 weeks, and then I'll initial that, and I'll sign that. 15/20/22. And then we'll go from that's $200 that's $100 every 2 weeks, $200 a month. And that'll put us in the realm of making a dent without you having a debt that just seems uncollectible at some period of time. And I'll write the same in the register of actions. So the order regarding installments is granted after discussion with parties at $200 a month.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may, just putting on the record, I believe Miss Davis did get a new job as well. Is there any way we can have like a date where we can possibly look at the order if it's possible she could make more towards the
Well,
balance?
I've been at the same job for 7 years. I do not have a new job. What's the new job?
We might have hit something on the United States Post office.
Yep, and that's the same job I've had.
That's the same one. Okay.
Mhm.
All right, so at this point, I'll sign the order involving the installment payments. And hopefully any more contact between the parties as you can adjust this to see if there's a reasonable effort to make further payments as we go along. But is there anything else for the record today in docket 1400828? Mr. Popoff.
Just real quick, Your Honor, is there any way we can get those payments started just on the first, so we can kind of just have it I guess a clean slate?
So December 1st, Ms. Flanagan, for the first payment?
Can we go ahead and do January? You guys have taken over 15, almost, you took $800 from the last one. You took $500 from the other one. Can I get a little bit of time to catch up on my things, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, the judgment's almost 8 years old and we just started getting payments.
I'm gonna make it for December 1st starting because it's such an old judgment right now.
Mm-hmm.
That that's no fault of anyone but the length of the file. So the first payment is to be made on December 1st, 2022.
Okay, that's fine. And also, can I say, for credit acceptance, again, any information on Johnson Flanagan, please address that to my home and not his parents' home, because like I said, for whatever reason, his address is my address, but I don't know why you guys would send paperwork over to his parents' house, disturbing their peace. So any information regarding Johnson, please send it to my address, please. And again, for the court, here is his actual death certificate. So if credit acceptance didn't think that he was actually deceased, here's the proof.
All right, Mr. Popoff, that's noted in your file.
Understood, Your Honor. Yep.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all for the record in docket 1400828. Mr. Popoff and Ms. Flanagan, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So.
We're on the record in docket 1903517. That's people, the state of Michigan. I'm sorry. That is Credit Acceptance Corporation versus Scott Pentecost. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Kirshenheiter for the plaintiff, P75722. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you are Scott Pentecost?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a motion in regards to there was a response to the defendant's motion to set aside default and default judgment that was filed by Mr. Pentecost, I believe.
Yes.
And then this comes out of a default judgment to set aside. Mr. Pentecost, this is your motion, so would you like to proceed?
I would, Your Honor. I did have a vehicle that was got a loan from Credit Acceptance. I paid on that loan for, I believe, close to about 3 years. And then I had a setback in life, as we all do. I returned the vehicle voluntarily and I didn't hear anything on it. I guess I did get sent stuff to my old address in which I moved, but I had no idea. And then when I got my wages garnished or garnishment from my boss, he said that they are saying that I owe $11,000 when the original loan was only 7,000. So I don't understand how I paid for 3 years and then I owe more than by a half than I even got the original loan for. So I'm confused about that part. And if there is money owed, I didn't know it. So I do apologize to Credit Acceptance. I thought they had sold the vehicle and got the payoff for the truck because I had no idea.
Well, it sounds to me, Mr. Kirchenheider, have you and Mr. Pentecost had the opportunity to talk concerning some of the numbers and the debt in regards to this case?
I have not discussed it with him, Your Honor. I'm happy to discuss it, but I mean, this is a judgment from 2019. He was personally served. So the notice issue is not an issue.
I don't think the notice issue is an issue here. I for whatever reason in regard to the default, my real question is that if there's a reason why, or if there is a plan to be made for Mr. Pentecost to pay off some of this debt, I'd like to be that investigated a little bit. Otherwise, I think you're getting into a collections issue.
Right, I agree. I mean, like I said, I'm happy to discuss it with him.
Mr. Pentecost, would you be interested in meeting with the legal representative of the Credit Acceptance Corporation in a breakout room?
That would be fine.
Let's try that and see what happens, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
Sounds good.
So I'll have Mr. Pentecost and Mr. Kirchenheider placed in a breakout room.
Thank you.
Kirchenheider's in. All right, we're on the record in docket 22-01176. That is Security Credit Services versus Tanya Lilly. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Bankstein, P 69778 on behalf of Security Credit Services.
And ma'am, you are Tanya Lilly? She's right there. But Miss Lilly, can you hear me?
Yes,
All right, you are Tanya Lilly?
yes,
All right. This is the time set aside for a motion for order of summary disposition and judgment. And that comes from the plaintiff, Mr. Bankstein. Do you want to be heard on your motion?
I'm actually glad that Miss Lilly showed up today because I'd like to go to a breakout room and discuss it with her. I don't think we have a good phone number for her.
Perfect. Miss Lilly, could we put you, are you amenable, before we get the motion started, are you amenable to meeting with Mr. Bankstein in a breakout room? Miss Lilly?
yes,
Okay, so that's a yes. We can put you in a breakout room with Mr. Bankstein?
yes.
All right. I'll have Mr. Bankstein and Miss Lilly placed in a breakout room. I'm gonna open up more rooms. All right. All right, we're on the record in docket 221864. That's Jefferson Capital System versus Sarah Ward. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Is there a representative here from Jefferson Capital System? And is Sarah Ward here? All right, let's put that one aside. And then Mr. Groot, are you back from your meeting with Capital One?
Yes,
And is there a representative, Mr. Best, you're here for Capital One?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and call that. So we're on the record in docket 22-02099. That's Capital One Banking versus Julie DeGroot. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Best, P58501 on behalf of Plaintiff Capital One.
And ma'am, you're Julie DeGroot?
yes,
All right, and my understanding is you've had the opportunity to speak with one another in a breakout room. Mr. Best, how are we proceeding today at this pretrial?
Well, Your Honor, the defendant indicates that she is in the process of filing bankruptcy. She has in fact retained an attorney and paid the filing fee. The only problem is that with the holiday, she does not expect that act to actually be filed until after the first of the year.
All right, this is a pretrial, so we're still in the discovery proceedings, I would assume. Do you want to set this for a date after in the future to see where it lies in regards to the bankruptcy proceeding?
I think that would be prudent, Your Honor.
All right. How many days do you think should we what time period should we be looking at?
If we can go to the end of January, I think that should be sufficient.
All right. So we'll set a control date for bankruptcy indication. Friday,
February 10th
Friday, February 10th
at 8:30.
at 8:30, which will be more of a control date to see the status of the bankruptcy.
Very good.
Mr. DeGroot, did you get that date? It's Friday, February 10th at 8:30.
yes, I will write it down right now.
All right. Anything else for the record in 22-02099, Mr. Best?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Groot?
No, just that
I can give you I can give you that date again if you need it, ma'am.
I just wrote it down, but thank you very much.
All right. All right. So that's Friday, February 10th at 8:30. Thank everybody for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone.
Mr. Grief, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yep, you're all set.
And
Your Honor, we have a resolution on security credit services versus Tanya Lilly.
All right, let's grab her out of the breakout room. And then we'll put it on the record. There she is. Okay. So we're back on the record in docket 22-01176. That is security credit card services versus Tanya Lilly. And Mr. Bankstein, you've had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Lilly in a breakout room.
We have, Your Honor. We're going to assign a consent judgment for her to pay $50 a month until it's paid in full.
Get out of here.
Okay, so consent judgment. Debt paid. And Ms. Lilly, is that your understanding of what we're doing here today?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and Mr. Bankstein, are you going to draft that consent judgment and send it to Ms. Lilly for her to sign? Or are you getting her, you're getting her authorization to sign it today and submit it to the court?
If I have her authorization, I could submit it directly. If she wants to see it, I have her email address.
All right, so Ms. Lilly, do you have a preference as to, do you want to review it and it'll be sent to your email, or do you give authorization to sign it and it'll come directly to the court?
I give authorization, and I would like a
right.
copy sent to my email as well.
Perfect. Mr. Bankstein, you'll be able to accommodate that?
That's correct, Your Honor. And what email address do I email it to the court?
The court's email address will be Judge Flores Courtroom. 54A, I'll give you a better one than that. 54A.civil@lansingmi.gov.
54A.civil@lansingmi.gov.
.gov. Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you'll submit that and it'll catch up with the file and I'll sign it.
That sounds good, Your Honor. Have a great day.
All right, you two, that's all for the record in docket 2201176. You're all set, Miss Lilly.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right, we're back on the record in 1903517. That's Credit Acceptance Court versus Scott Pentecost. Both parties had the opportunity to meet in a breakout room. Mr. Kirschenheiter, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, as far as defendant's motion, I do think it needs to be denied, but we have agreed to enter into an installment payment order. Defendant's going to pay $150 a month beginning December 15th. The installment payment order will suspend the wage garnishment. And I can prepare an order. I was going to file it under the 7-day rule, but if Mr. Pentecost will give me the authority to sign for him, I can get it filed with the court today and email him a copy.
So that's an agreement on installment payments, sir?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pentecost, you heard Mr. Kirchenthaler indicate if you authorize, you're willing to authorize him to sign it on your behalf and he'll submit it to the court?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I will get that filed today, Judge, so that it'll get to his employer quicker and should stop the wage garnishment as soon as possible.
All right. Thank you. Anything else on the record in docket 1903517, Mr. Kirchenthaler?
I mean, is the court going to prepare an order as to his motion?
I'm just not going to sign it. I wasn't going to sign his motion, or I guess at this point in time, I can deny the motion with the understanding that it was predicated on the agreement between the parties.
That works perfect, Judge.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Pentecost?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All
Have a
right.
good day.
So the court, okay, well, the court will await the order to catch up with the paper, with the file, and everybody have a good day. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
You too. Good day.
You see it?
Yes, hello?
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 Yes.
Yes, hello?
Yeah. How you doing? This is Thomas
Morning,
Holmes.
gentlemen. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, how
Please
are
mute
you?
yourself until your case is called.
I'm okay.
Gentlemen, please mute yourself until your case is called. This is a live courtroom.
We shall be breakout room. Please wait to peace.
This is Richard Miller. Hello.
Yeah. How you doing?
Mr. Miller,
Well.
you're in the correct spot. Just go ahead and stay quiet until your case is called.
Okay, all right, wonderful, thank you.
Sir, are you Richard Miller?
Yes.
He is, Your Honor.
All right. Are we ready on Mr. Miller? That's a city case.
Sure.
You got to sit through all some of our civil stuff. All right. We're on the record in docket 093609. That's the city of Lansing versus Richard Miller. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Maui Assistant City Attorney on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Miller.
Sir, you are Richard Miller?
Yes, correct.
All right, this is the time set for a final pre-trial in the matter. Ms. Rishmawi, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss at this time.
Okay, so the people move to dismiss without prejudice. And I'm assuming that'd be lack of witnesses or, you know. And Ms. Robinson, I'm assuming you have no objection?
Correct, Judge. No objection.
All right, Mr. Miller, you understand this, the people move to dismiss this case without prejudice, which means that it may come back in regards to further additional evidence being presented, but for today's purposes, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Okay, understood.
All right. So that's all for the record in docket 093609.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And there, I think there's a nollie cross.
You can hang up, Mr. Miller.
All right, cool, thanks. Take care.
Individual on the Samsung SMA136U, could you please identify yourself in the white t-shirt?
Thomas Holmes.
Thomas Holmes.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're here for your 9 o'clock, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. All right, stand by. You're in the right place. I'm just identifying who's in the courtroom.
Oh, thank
That's
you, Your
fine,
Honor.
Your Honor. Can I have a breakout room, please?
Sure. You want, so I can place Miss Robinson and Mr. Holmes in a breakout room.
Thank you.
Hey, how you doing,
So-
Ms. Robinson?
So Ms. Robbins, you'll probably go back to room 2. Yeah. And then Mr. Holmes, you should get a prompt. That's what I'm gonna ask. Would the cell phone caller of 517-485-3506 please identify yourself? What's that? And then Veronica Saxon, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, we'll start calling some of these cases as soon as we get the assistant city attorney back in the courtroom. Sir, on the cell phone 485-3506. Is that you, Mr. Miller? Oh, that's Mr. Miller now. Miss Robinson, is 485-3506 Mr. Miller?
It is.
All right. So he's not answering, so we're just gonna go ahead and move him out of the Zoom courtroom. Okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 20-03104. People of the state of Michigan versus, I'm sorry, the city of Lansing versus Lauren Way. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Lisa Hagan-Lawrence, appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gidget James appearing on behalf of Lauren Way, who is also present by Zoom and seated to my left.
All right, ma'am, you are Lauren Way.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Miss Way?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Hagan-Lawrence, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have discussed a couple of different paths forward with Miss James, so I would defer to her as to which avenue we are going to pursue.
Your Honor, at
Yes,
this
Ms.
time,
James.
we're going to ask the court to set this for a final pretrial while the parties continue to negotiate.
All right, it'll be set for a final pretrial and a corresponding jury trial, just so we'll get both dates set. The final pretrial is set for
November 29th at 8:30.
November 29th at 8:30. And the corresponding jury trial will be set for
December 6th at 8.
December 6th at 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So we'll see you again, Miss Way. The final pretrial set on November 29th at 8:30, and the jury trial for this is set for December 6th at 8 o'clock. Anything else for the record? And docket 20-03104, Ms. Hagan-Lawrence.
Yes, Your Honor. If I could get an understanding from Miss James as to whether The complainant, Sergeant Michael Van Beek, is going to be required to appear for that, or whether she'll stipulate to no witnesses required.
I would ask that the officer appear.
And then, Your Honor, would you like that to be an in-person or a Zoom appearance?
Zoom is fine
Thank you.
Yeah.
For the jury trial.
for the officer appearing to final pretrial. So that's my understanding. The officer may appear, if he wants to appear by person, he can. If he wants to appear by Zoom, whatever works with the schedule.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will let him know. Also, is there any chance that we could set the jury trial longer than 1 week out? Just because with the final pretrial, if it doesn't resolve, that gives us less than a week to finalize preparation.
The problem is judicial leave and the holidays, we would have to be out until January, this case is.
Yeah, but we could, but we'd be into January.
The city would be okay with
All
going
right.
into January, but
I don't have a problem because it's a pretty early case.
I don't have any objections to a January date for trial.
All right, let's set it for jury trial on a January date. And I'll indicate that both parties agreed. To extend a jury trial date.
January 23rd at 8:15.
January 23rd at 8:15.
thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you,
Do you
Your Honor.
have that date, Ms. James, January 23rd at 8:15?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're welcome. Anything else for the record? Docket 20-3104. Ms. Hagan Lawrence.
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. James?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you for your appearances today.
Your Honor, may I approach with this now?
Yes. Thank you.
And then Wendy, do you want?
Ms. Robinson, you wanted to meet with the city attorney?
Yes, please.
All right, just rejoin your breakout room.
Yeah.
We'll have to create one since Mr. Holmes is there.
Yep, no, I just popped her into, Miss Robinson can join you.
All right. There you go.
Hi, would it be possible to get Mr. Holmes in the same breakout room as the city attorney and I?
Sure. Yeah, if you're in there.
There you go.
Yeah. So everybody should be in the same breakout room there. Mr. Holmes is hitting the prompt. There we Mr. Adams, are you represented today by Mr. Gillis? And you'll have to unmute yourself, sir.
That's affirmative.
All right, so you are represented by Mr. Gillis today.
That's affirmative. I originally was scheduled for 9 o'clock, but I didn't get a statement from the court otherwise, so I wanted to be sure I was here in time in case it hadn't been
It is.
changed.
We had some civil files go a little long, so we're just getting into our 9 o'clocks now.
So we had asked that our two cases be combined at 9:30.
I don't have a 9:30 case for you.
Your Honor, Ms.
I don't know.
All right,
whether I got
so
it. Okay,
so when Mr. Ryan gets here, we'll put both files on the record.
great.
Perfect.
I just wanted to be here in case.
Thank you.
And Judge, I'm gonna need a breakout room with Ms. Hernandez as well, please.
All right, I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with Ms. Hernandez.
I'll just put Ms. Hernandez in breakout.
All right, is Mr. Thomas already still there?
I just tried to, he should be.
Okay. Ms. Saxon, are you represented by counsel today?
No, I'm not represented by anyone.
All right, would you like the opportunity to speak with the assistant city attorney in a breakout room to discuss your case?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna have you and the assistant city attorney placed in a breakout room to discuss the two tickets we have.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So you're Mr. Gillis? All right. My understanding is you're here on both Mr. Adams and Mr. Ryan?
That's correct, sir.
All right, just so you know, I'm gonna have you place your appearance on the record because your appearance has not made it to the file yet.
Right. This is Jeffrey L. Gillis, Grand Rapids, Michigan, P13999, address 33 College Avenue, Southeast Grand Rapids, Michigan, 49503, appearing for both defendants, Mr. Ryan and Mr. Elliott Adams.
All right, we're gonna call your case in about, I'd say 10 minutes. We've got some files, but that suffices for your appearance. And then we'll call both Mr. Ryan and Mr. Adams at the same time. I'd say give or take about 10 or 15 minutes. All right, sir?
Sure, yes, that's fine. I apologize. I mailed it, but there was a federal mail holiday and I didn't get into this until the middle of last week. And by the time I got it in the mail, it was a mail delivery holiday. So I'm
Right, no worries. Just wanted to make sure you had you on both files.
all right. Thank you.
Sir, you are Keontia West?
Yes.
All right, you're here for your 9:30?
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right, you're in the right place. Stand by, sir.
I'm sorry.
You're in the right place. You're in the right Zoom courtroom. Just stand by until we call some files, okay?
All right. That's fine.
Thanks.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 22L27484751 and 22L27484752. That's City of Lansing versus Feliciano Hernandez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Morning, Your Honor. I'm Anna Ishmael, Assistant City Attorney, appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Hernandez.
Ma'am, you are Feliciano. You're going to have to help me with that. Feliciana Hernandez.
Feliciana Hernandez.
Feliciano Hernandez. All right, thank you. And you
Yes.
can hear me all right, Ms. Hernandez?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial on both of these. This is set for plea on both these matters. Ms. Rishmawi, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city offered Ms. Hernandez to accept responsibility for the speeding, and we are going to amend the failure to display a valid license to interfering with traffic.
Amend to interfering with traffic.
And I defer to the public defender to whether this offer is acceptable.
All right, and the amendment to interfering with traffic, what's that under what's the PAC code for that?
It's MCL 257.649.
649. And that's a civil infraction?
Yes, Your Honor, and that's 2 points.
I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but Ms. Robinson, what is your understanding of how we're proceeding today?
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Hernandez is going to accept responsibility for the interfering with traffic as well as the speeding 1 to 5 over.
All right, and so just so we're clear, the interfering with traffic is a 2-point violation, and it is a $130 fine. Is that right, Wendy? That's the last fee schedule I have. Let me just make sure I know what the fines are. $130, yep. And then the speeding is a 1 to 5 over at 135. Is that correct? Is that correct, Ms. Robinson?
It is.
All right. And is that a 0-point infraction or a 1-point
It's a
infraction?
1 point.
At
Your
1
Honor.
point.
However, Your Honor, because the incident, both of the civil infractions arise out of the same incident, the points do not stack. So the total number of points that she will be
2.
receiving is the 2.
Okay. And that's 135. All right, I'll indicate the negotiations for the record, Ms. Robinson, just so I got it down. There's an admission of responsibility going to be by Ms. Hernandez as to the initial speeding 1 to 5. That's a $135 fine and 1-point infraction. And then there is an amendment on the second file to interfering with traffic under MCL 7257.649. That's a 2-point civil infraction at $130. And my understanding is that the Secretary of State will only assess 2 points on both tickets. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Robinson?
That is, Your Honor, and I will accept responsibility on her behalf for both of those civil infractions.
All right, just so we know we're on the same ticket. We're dealing with ticket 274875, and that is at West Willow on Kaywood in the city of Lansing. Ms. Hernandez is admitting responsibility to being 1 to 5 miles over the speed limit and to interfering with traffic on that date and time. Is that correct, Ms. Robinson?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you. So I'll accept the admission responsibility from the public defender on behalf of Ms. Hernandez on both of these civil infractions. And so that would be a grand total of 265.
And Your Honor, she is going to request 30 days to pay that off, if that would be
All right.
acceptable for her, or for you.
So
excuse me.
Mr. Hernandez, so you understand the court will give you 30 days to make that $265 payment to the city of Lansing.
Yes.
All right. Days. Okay. 135. And then there will be an abstract from the Secretary of State for 2 points concerning both of these civil infractions. You understand that, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the record in either one of these tickets ending in 4752 and I'm sorry, 48752 and 48751?
Your Honor, thank you.
Nothing from the city. Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that's all for the record in these 2 tickets. Good luck to you, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez.
Your Honor, is Mr. Michael McCray in the courtroom?
He will be in a second. He's here and he'll be in the courtroom in just a matter of minutes. And then we're trying to figure out how to get him on some device. Also, Mr. Dahlquist is here and we'll have to figure out, we don't have a court officer today. So we're trying to figure out, as a matter of fact, it appears that almost every court officer called in sick today.
Oh.
So we're trying to figure out how to get them on an iPad right now. So, but
Okay.
yes, Mr. McCray is here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So we're on the record in docket 21 L2651721. and 21 L27677421. Hold on. Yeah, 421 and 721. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Morning, Your Honor. I'm Andrew Howie, Assistant City Attorney on behalf of the City of Lawrence.
And Ms. Robinson, are you here on Ms. Saxon? Oh, she's in pro se.
Oh,
All right,
yes, she's
thanks.
pro se. Thank-
All right, all right. And ma'am, you are Veronica Saxon?
Yes, I am.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Saxon?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pre-trial on 2 tickets. Ms. Rishmawi, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, after we spoke with Ms. Saxon, we agreed that the failure to display valid license will be dismissed and the city will be amending the violation of instruction permit to interfering with traffic.
Okay, so that will be an interfering with traffic amended to interfering with traffic. And that is $130 fine and a 1-point offense.
2 points, Your
2-point
Honor.
offense. Okay, 2-point offense. And with an admission of responsibility to that offense, the failure to display ops will be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Saxon, I'm going to restate the discussions in regards to both of these charges on the ticket. My understanding is that one of the charges, the violation of instruction permit, will be amended to interfering with traffic. That's a $135 fine and 2-point offense with an admission of responsibility to that portion of the ticket. The failed to display ops portion will be dismissed. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. I'm assuming they're on the same ticket. I should check to make sure.
They are separate tickets.
They're separate tickets? Okay. All right, so I will bring your attention back to the violation permit ticket first. And this is so I'm going to bring your attention back just so we're on the same page. You're just admitting responsibility of the civil infraction that on September 27, 2021 at North Martin Luther King Boulevard in the city of Lansing, that you did interfere with traffic in regards to your conduct on that date at that time. How do you admit to that allegation, ma'am?
Guilty? I don't know.
Yeah, or you can just admit responsibility. Yeah,
Yeah,
responsibility. Okay. All right. With the understanding to the admission responsibility in the civil traffic, the court will order a $130 fine pursuant to the scheduling fee and it is a 2-point offense, which can be abstracted by the Secretary of State. I'll also dismiss ticket 21L265171 pursuant to the plea discussions. That ticket, the fail to display a valid license, is dismissed. Do you need some time to make a payment on that, Ms. Saxon?
Would I be able to get 30 days? At least?
Say it again, ma'am.
Would I be able to get 30 days at least?
Yeah, so the court will give you 30 days to pay the $130 fine to the city of Lansing.
Okay.
And you can pay that on the 5th floor to the sixth floor of the criminal division, or you can pay online. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else in regards to either one of these files, 21L267742 or 21L2651721 from the city?
Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Saxon?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 22 L27127771. That's the city of Lansing versus Thomas Holmes. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Amanda Ishmael, Assistant City Attorney on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Holmes.
And sir, you are Thomas Holmes?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thanks. Ms. Rishmawi, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter or a plea in the matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we offered Ms. Robinson and her client to amend the failure to display ops to interfering with traffic, and we defer to Ms. Robinson for acceptance of that offer.
And that's interfering with traffic. And what's that code again? I can't remember.
It's MCL 257.649, and that's 2 points.
2 points and $130. Civil infraction. Ms. Robinson, is that your understanding of the offer at least?
It is, Your Honor, and I'm going to accept responsibility on Mr. Holmes' behalf for that.
All right. So we'll indicate for the record that we're going to amend this ticket to add a count, that would be a count 2 of interfering with traffic pursuant to 257.649. That'd be a 2-point civil infraction with a $130 fine. And my understanding is, Ms. Robinson, you're going to accept responsibility. So I will bring, is that your understanding, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, sir. I thought I wasn't getting no points though.
Nope, it's the 2-point civil infraction.
Oh, okay. Because I paid all the fines. Did you tell them, Ms. Robinson? Okay,
right.
Thank you.
So so just to make it clear, we're on the same ticket. The ticket number is L2712777 for conduct that happened on Holmes at or near King in the city of Lansing. It is alleged that on that date, that Mr. Holmes did interfere with traffic. And Ms. Robinson, you accept responsibility on behalf of your client to that ticket?
I do.
All right. With that understanding, the acceptance of responsibility, the civil infraction, the court will order. The court has there'll be an abstract of 2 points from the Secretary of State, $130 fine. And did you indicate, Ms. Robinson, that your client's already paid that?
No, he does need to pay that.
All right. So, Mr. Holmes, would 30 days suffice in order to make that payment?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the court will give you 30 days to pay the $130 fine to the city of Lansing, and that is on the 6th floor or by internet. Any questions on 22 L2712771 from the city of Lansing?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Holmes?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, we're all set. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We're all set on that file.
Mr. Holmes, you can log off now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Robinson.
All right, we're on the record in docket 22-02563. That's the city of Lansing versus Elliott Adams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeffrey L. Gillis, attorney for Elliott Adams and also for James Ryan, who was arrested at the same time.
Right, we'll probably do those separately, sir, okay, just to keep the file, because they're two different files.
Right.
So we'll start with Mr. Adams and then do Mr. Ryan. And Ms. Rishmawi?
Yes, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Ishmawi on behalf of the City of Lansing.
All right, this is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Ms. Rishmawi, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Adams, that we will be amending the obstruct way to impeding traffic, and Mr. Adams will be accepting that offer.
So that's impeding traffic. It's a 2-point.
It's a 0 point, Your Honor.
It's a 0 point. Is that still the $130 fine?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see it. And do you have a PAC code for that?
Yes, Your Honor. It's 257.676 subsection B.
All right, Mr. Gillis, I'll restate that for the record. You can confirm that the offer at this time, first of all, is that your understanding of the negotiations that the offer is going to be to admit responsibility to a civil infraction?
Yes, admit responsibility to a civil infraction, no points because it was not a motor vehicle related incident.
All right, and it's a $130 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you'll be admitting responsibility on behalf of your client, Mr. Adams?
Yes.
Or he can, it's really your call. You can do it or he can do it.
Well, either one of us, both.
Or we can both do it.
All right. So I'm gonna, just so we know that we're on the same ticket, we're talking about ticket L2750226 for conduct that was on North Capitol Avenue in West Michigan. The ticket has been amended to impeding traffic. It's a $130 fine, 0 points. And Mr. Adams, do you admit a responsibility to that civil infraction?
That's affirmative, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So with that admission to the impeding traffic civil infraction pursuant to 257.676 CB, sir, do you need some time to make that $130 payment to the city?
That's negative, Your Honor.
All right. So I can give, so if you plan to do that online or in person, sir?
Online if there's a process.
All right. So online, we'll make the payment to be made online. And just to give you some buffer time, we'll make it tomorrow by 5, okay?
And can someone inform me how I do that?
Yeah, you would go to the, is that payments or traffic? Yeah, so you'd go online to 54 capital A District Court Pay.com. So that's 54 capital A District Court Pay.com.
Can you repeat that again?
Sure, 54 capital A. So I'm sorry, that capital A is probably messing you up. 54A, but the A is capital. Okay.
Oh,
so
that's a great clarification.
DistrictCourtPay.com. And then let me give you the phone number too, just in case there's any questions. It's 517-483-4435.
And that's 54A pay.com.
The 54A DistrictCourtPay.com.
I think I have it.
All right. All right, anything else for the record in docket 22-02563, Ms. Rishmawi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Adams, thank you for your appearance. You're all set. And then we'll call the next case of 22-02562, City of Lansing versus James Ryan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeffrey Gillis, on behalf of Mr. Ryan.
Mother Shmawi, Assistant City Attorney on behalf of the City of Lansing.
This is the time set for a pretrial in this matter. Ms. Rishmawi, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Ryan will be accepting responsibility for the amended obstruction of public way to impeding traffic.
Okay.
That's our
That is the
understanding.
All right, that's a 0-point civil infraction
Yes, Your Honor.
and the $130 fine. And what's that number again?
It's 257.
257.
0.676 subsection B.
Okay. And Mr. Gillis, that's your understanding of the discussions and the negotiation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So my understanding is Mr. Ryan will be accepting responsibility for the civil infraction. For our purposes, I'll make sure that we're on the same ticket. It's ticket 225-1909038. It's for conduct that occurred on North Capitol Avenue, West Michigan, City of Lansing, Ingham County. And sir, do you admit responsibility to impeding traffic on that date at that time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I might have forgotten, but you are James Ryan, sir?
I am. I'm James Ryan.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Ryan?
I can hear you just fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that admission of responsibility to the civil infraction, the court will assess a $130 fine. And Mr. Ryan, do you need 30 days to pay that, or you'll be able to pay that online in person before the 30-day period?
I should be able to pay it online in the next 24 hours. So online.
Right, so
online.
And do you need for me to repeat that online payment system, that address?
No, I think I have it, and I have the phone number if that one doesn't work.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ryan. All right, so payment will be made within 24 hours. Anything else for the record from the City of Lansing on docket 22-02562, Ms. Rishmawi?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Gillis?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
Your-
Mr.
Your
Ryan,
Honor,
Mr. Adams, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
May I note that when I go to that website and I put in my name and the birth date, it says no case.
It hasn't been.
Yeah, I don't know if the website's been updated this quickly.
Okay.
So I'd give it probably a couple hours.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. You might want to wait till this afternoon just to be certain, but just to make sure that it's updated so everything's in there, because we want it to work for you, not work against you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record, docket 22-02562. Thank you for your appearance, Mr. Adams and Mr. Ryan and Mr. Gillis.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, Miss Robinson and Miss Sutter.
Yes.
All right, you each have a client here and they've agreed that they'll call you so that they can talk to you about their case. And that way we don't have to track down an officer to come get, the Apple iPad. So Mr. McCray will be calling Miss Sutter and Mr. Dahlquist will be calling Miss Robinson. All right. And then I'll just step down, but that'll give you some privacy. You can talk about it, talk about the case, and then we'll call both those cases when you're ready. Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor. And I believe Mr.
What
Palomino
number-
is in the waiting room.
Okay, what number did you want, Miss Sutter? What number did you want, Mr. McCray? Which number did you want Mr. McCray to call you at?
My office number is 517.
517?
Yes, 679
679
2990.
2990. And Miss Robinson, your office number for Mr. Dahlquist?
Is 517-679
679
2961.
2961. All right, and you got that all right, sir? All right. So we're gonna take 5 to 10 minutes and we'll let them call you and then we'll come back on the record, okay?
Sure, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Sir, you're not muted right now. The court can hear you.
Oh my God, bro. So fucking stupid. No, I got something else. Oh yeah, me too.
Mr. West, you're not unmuted. Can you mute yourself until your case is called?
Sorry, I'm at work. I have to do this at work, and I've
I
already been
know,
here.
but
for
you
like,
need to just
I'm
mute
already wasting
yourself
2
on your
hours.
end. So if you mute yourself, then we won't hear you until your case is called.
Would the Zoom user please identify yourself?
I believe it's Juan Palomino, Your Honor.
All right, did you need to speak with him, Ms. Sutter, in a breakout room?
I do.
All right, I'm gonna have yourself and I'm guessing it's Mr. Palomino, based on your representation. If it's not, let me know.
Will do.
But,
Thank you.
I'm gonna put you both in a breakout room.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm ready on Mr. West's case.
All right. And are you ready on Mr. West, Ms. Rishmawi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me find it. All right, we're on the record and there's a pretrial and an accompanying ticket. Dockets 22L736951 and 22L27366952. City of Lansing versus Keontia West. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Shmawi on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. West.
And sir, you are Keontia West?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. West?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Rishmawi, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that we will be adjourning this case for a second pretrial for the body cam to be ordered and reviewed by the attorneys.
All right, so it's adjourned for discovery issues.
That's correct, Judge. If we could get about 30 to 45 days, please.
Body cam. Let's both of these adjourn for discovery. And does the city have any objection to that? Is that about the right time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection.
So we're between 4 to 6 weeks for the body cam video.
December 27th.
December 27th.
And is this gonna be a final pretrial or just a pretrial?
Do you want it a final pretrial or a second pretrial?
Let's do a second pretrial.
Second pretrial, thank you.
Second pretrial, okay, second pretrial
And 9 o'clock.
at 9 a.m. Okay, December 27th. At 9 a.m. for second pretrial. All right, so the date is December 27th at 9 a.m. for second pretrial. Mr. West, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Robinson, if you have any further questions. Anything else for the record on either one of these tickets, 22L27366951 or 52?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that's all for the record. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. West.
All right, thank you.
That's the two West.
And I'm ready on Mr. Dahlquist as well.
Let's go on the record in docket 22022921. So you're Connor Dahlquist. You can come up and have a seat right here. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Mr. Honor, Emmanuel Shmawi, Assistant City Attorney on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Dahlquist.
And sir, you are Connor Dahlquist?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Rishmawi, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, my understanding is that we will be adjourning it for 45 days for a second pretrial for further negotiations.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And you wanted a second pretrial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Second pretrial, 4 to 6 weeks out.
December 27th at 9 a.m.
December 27th at 9 a.m. So, Mr. Dahlquist, we'll come back here on December 27th at 9 a.m. Please keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson, if you have any questions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 2202921, Ms. Rishmawi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, we're all set. Thank you for your. We're on the record in docket 2202417. That's the city of Lansing versus Michael McCray. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Amanda Shmawi on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. McCray, who was present in the courtroom.
And sir, you are Michael McCray?
Yes, Michael McCray.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shmawi, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. McCray will be accepting responsibility to fails to stop an ID at the location of an accident. The city will agree to Killebrew to no upfront jail, and the improper backing will be dismissed.
All right.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So that'll be a misdemeanor, right? That's a
Yes, Your Honor,
misdemeanor,
sorry.
okay.
I apologize for that. You will
So
be
the
pleading
defendant will be pleading guilty to count 2 of the ticket, which is the fail to stop. And that is punishable by 90 days and or $100.
Yes, Your Honor, $100.
And my understanding is there's a Killebrew of no jail time up front.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct.
And does the city have any objection to going to immediate sentencing today?
No, Your Honor, no objections.
Ms. Sutter?
No objections.
All right. Ms. Sutter, may I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you understand you'll be pleading guilty to failing to stop or identify after a property damage accident. That is count 2 of the ticket, I believe. Let me find the ticket. And that is written under the city code of, is that the citation 257.618?
I have
Or
257.620.
Say it again.
257.620.
That's what I have, Your Honor.
All right. 257.620. That being a 90-day misdemeanor and or $100 of the maximum penalties in this. You know, that could be the ultimate penalty in this case. Okay. And there's a Killebrew agreement to no jail up front. And but if I was decide not to do that, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that? All right. You have certain rights in this misdemeanor case, and I'm going to walk you through those. All right. If the plea is accepted, you won't have a trial of any kind. So you'd be giving up the following rights. And that would mean that you'd be giving up the right to be tried by a jury, the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question the witnesses brought against you by counsel. You, of course, are represented by Public Defender Lauren Sutter, and she would contest any charges and cross-examine any witnesses in regards to your defense. Do you understand that? You'd have the right to have the court order any witnesses to appear on your behalf at trial. You'd have the right to remain silent during the trial. You'd have the right not to have that silence used against you in a court of law. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you will give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than the plea agreement or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. And you'd be giving up any appealable issues that would come out of the trial. Since you're pleading guilty, you're not having a trial. Is it your intent today to waive those rights and plead guilty?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna bring your attention back to September 7th of 2022 at the offense location of 2602 North Grand River at or near King in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. Were you there on that date at that North Grand River, city of Lansing address?
Yes.
Okay. And why don't you tell me what makes you guilty of failing to stop after a property damage accident?
Okay, I bought a new truck and it makes noise. So when the back of my truck shakes, it makes noise. I bought it and I backed up and didn't realize I hit anything. So I figured my truck was making noise and I didn't know I hit anything at all. So
Okay.
I backed up and pulled out, and on my way they had to run to the post office because I had to send a phone off to a friend of mine, telephone for a birthday to New York Staten Island. I didn't realize I hit anything. I just pulled out. I didn't know when my truck shakes, it makes noise.
Right.
It's wheels, and I figured I pulled out the lot. I didn't know I hit anything. I got home and the cop called me and said, "You hit my vehicle." It's a vehicle. Yeah, I'm waiting on you home. I'm waiting at your house now. You hit my vehicle. I said, I didn't hit anything. I didn't see nothing. I hit, because my truck was making noise. It shakes, it makes that rattle sound.
Okay. So it was the law enforcement officer who told you that you'd hit something.
Yeah, he said I hit something. So he called me up on my phone and said, you hit the officer's car. So he called me on my phone and then tells me, I'm at your house waiting on you now to give you a ticket. I said, ticket for what? What did I do? You hit my vehicle. So I didn't know I hit anything. So I just pulled off and get my truck to rattle or something.
All right, Ms. Hagan Lawrence, my question on the factual basis is this a statute that requires a mens rea of his hitting?
I believe so, Your Honor. The statute speaks to failing to stop at a property damage accident. This was witnessed by an independent witness. So I guess if we don't have the factual basis that an accident occurred,
right,
then perhaps we need to schedule it for a second pretrial to give us an opportunity to have more conversations with Ms. Sutter, but
right.
ultimately.
At this point in time, I'm questioning whether this factual basis gives us the knowing that he knew of the accident. Ms. Sutter, any comments regarding the factual basis?
Your Honor, I suppose that the court is willing to accept a no contest plea for, lack of memory, I suppose at this stage. He's not contesting that it happened. He's making the point that he didn't realize it at the time. He was made aware of what had happened after.
Well, let me do this. Let's set it for second pretrial at this point, and that'll give you some opportunity to speak with the city attorney. But I don't think at this time I can accept.
Can I just plead guilty and get over with? You know what I'm saying?
You can, but based on the factual basis today, I can't accept your plea. The allegation is that you either knew or should have known that you hit the officer and you took, and you can't say that today. So we're gonna have to set it for second pretrial. Would that be your understanding, Ms. Hagan Lawrence?
Your Honor, I'm reading the 620 statute, and it indicates that the driver of any vehicle which collides on either public or private property with any vehicle that's attended or unattended shall immediately stop. And so perhaps the factual basis could be that there was a collision.
But I guess that's my question. That sounds like more like a strict liability crime.
It does, Your Honor. And as the court just read, this is a charge that involves knew or should have known. And I think Mr. McCray is acknowledging right now that it's something that he should have known and didn't. But I think there is, facts to suggest that he might not have known, but he should have known.
With that understanding, I can question the witness further. And concerning the event that happened, you indicated that the vehicle was making noises and you did not check the vehicle. And is it your indication now that you should have checked the vehicle in order to make sure that the vehicle was working properly? And you later found out that you'd actually hit somebody and that made all the sense in the world.
Yes.
All right. With that understanding, I think we've made a factual basis for the admission responsibility of the misdemeanor pursuant to 257.620. So I will accept the factual base. Any questions on the factual basis, Ms. Lawrence?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions on the factual basis, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Just to fail to stop. And is there any objection to immediate sentencing, Ms. Hagan-Lawrence or Ms. Drishmawi?
You know, Your Honor,
There may be a restitution issue. Yeah.
I did talk to the officer involved. It was his private vehicle. He indicated that the insurance company has temporarily waived his deductible, but I would prefer that we set this out for sentencing to make sure that he doesn't have an out-of-pocket cost insured that would help for restitution.
Let's go ahead and set it to probation with the understanding that the Killebrew is no upfront jail. And that way, I'd rather do it that way than to send it for restitution hearing and not knowing if there's restitution or if there's any restitution at this point. Ms. Sutter?
I apologize. Wouldn't it make more sense then if the only thing we're looking into is restitution? I'm not quite sure how a restitution hearing as opposed to sentencing doesn't make more sense.
I guess I don't have a preference. I just want to make sure if there's restitution that we're
I understand
we
that
know
the
what
court
it
would,
is.
want to look into it, at which point I would think a restitution hearing makes more sense.
Ms. Hagan-Lawrence?
The city does not object as long as we just want to make sure our victim has an opportunity
All right.
to be heard on.
So let's set for restitution hearing.
Ms. Lawrence, excuse me, how long would you need for that? Would 3 weeks be sufficient?
Your Honor, or Lenny, I'm sorry.
3 weeks?
Yeah.
3 weeks work?
Sure.
Okay.
December 6th at 9 a.m.
December 6th at 9 a.m. And then so that's the date you'll be back. We just got to figure out restitution if there's any. Okay, so I will go ahead and set. Are you okay, Ms.?
Sorry.
So I'll go ahead and set I'll set that for restitution. The sentencing in the case I can do right now, okay? So I'm gonna follow the Killebrew of no upfront jail. And then I'm gonna set fines at $50 and costs at $50. So fines and costs will be $50 would be $100. And then crime victims' rights fee will be $75 and the state fee will be $50 for a grand total of $225. Do you need some time to pay that, sir?
Yes.
All right. Would 6 weeks be sufficient?
Make it December 1st.
December 1st?
Yeah, I get paid by the month.
All right.
Retiring.
All right. So December 1st to be paid.
I come here to pay it here.
Yep. City of Lansing, 6th floor right here. You paid City of Lansing. That's that $225 payment or to take care of fines and costs. And then we'll be back here on December 6th at 9 a.m. Usually we'd give you notice, but we don't have our court officer today.
If I get a letter in mail.
You should get a letter in the mail. And if you have any questions, keep in contact with your public defender, Lawrence Sutter, okay? And that's just to make sure we've got restitution all covered, okay? Anything else for the record in docket 22-02417 or the accompanying ticket, Ms. Hagan-Lawrence?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's it. We'll see you on December 7th, okay, sir? All right, thank you.
God bless. So you ever see them now?
And then I believe we're ready to go with Mr. Juan Palomino as well, Your Honor.
Mr. Palomino, did you say that Mr. Pruitt's not leaving his home?
I did.
That was the ongoing saga. All right, we're on the record in docket 22 L27177141. That's the City of Lansing versus Juan Palomino. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Amanda Rishmawi, Assistant City Attorney on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Palomino, who is present via Zoom.
And sir, you are Juan Palomino?
Yes,
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Palomino?
yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. Ms. Rishmawi, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that we are going to request to adjourn for 60 days for a second pre-trial for compliance purposes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set this for second pretrial on
The problem is it's usually the conferences way out. I can do December 27th.
we'll try December 27th. December 27th
At 9.
at 9. Only because between, I have a judicial conference. It's gonna get way out till February, and so let's try it then and we'll see what happens. All right, so that's the only reason, that's the only reason. I'm gone for a week at new judges school. Although I've been doing this for 8 months now, I get to know all the things I'm doing wrong. So Miss Sutter, so December 27th at 9 a.m. Will that work for you?
I'm hopeful so, Your Honor. It's a little less than the 60 days, but
Right.
he'll try his best.
Let's give that a try and we'll see what happens. All right. So Mr. Palomino, stay in contact with your public defender, Lauren Sutter. We're setting the date at December 27th at 9 a.m. at this point. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22 L271771, Miss Rishmawi?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Miss Sutter?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in this file. Sir, thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good week, everyone.
Sir, thanks for your help today.
No problem.
I don't know anybody else to do these, so. So we're on the record in docket 2201833 and accompanying tickets. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Amanda Rishmawi on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And I'm sorry, what case is this?
2201833 Tyler Badgley.
Well, I have 6033, but yes, I am Robinson for Tyler Badgley.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's one 2201833 and then tickets 2736033, 2736031, 736-032. So one file and then 4 tickets is what I see.
Yes, Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Badgley.
All right. This is the time set for a plea today. Ms. Rishmawi, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, this is the second time that Mr. Badgley has failed to appear in this court, and we will be requesting an immediate bench warrant.
Okay, Ms. Robinson?
I would just simply ask for a 48-hour hold.
Right, I have an indication that on August 30th, defendant failed to appear and there was a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold on that date. So I'm going to issue the immediate bench warrant bond forfeiture on Mr. Bagley on this date, November 15th date. So DFTA bench warrant bond forfeiture. Anything else for the record, Ms. Rishmawi?
Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, anything else, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, that's all for the record in this file. Trying to sign all these. All right, so there's these. And then Mr. Schramm. So on the record in docket 22-02421, City of Lansing versus Dylan Schramm. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Lisa Hagan Lawrence appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Schramm.
This is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. Ms. Hagan Lawrence, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. This one is a little unique. I had thought that Mr. Schramm was in the custody of Ingham County. When I checked the Ingham County Jail inmate search, he did not come up. So then I checked VineLink and it indicates that he has been transferred to another facility.
Okay,
I know that but I don't know what facility that is.
all right.
I know that there's been a request by Ms. Robinson for a competency. Our office did receive a letter on November 8th indicating that they couldn't perform the competency evaluation because he failed to appear. But I'm wondering if that's because they expected him to appear.
Right, and he's incarcerated, you know.
So I don't know what Ms. Robinson's desire is, whether to set this out and see if they'll do the evaluation at the jail.
Ms. Robinson, did you file an order of competency on this file? Because we don't show it in the computer.
No, I didn't on this one. This is a new case. I believe that this is like the first pretrial that was set for this one. But as far as this case goes, he had an appointment to appear at forensics, didn't appear, and then on his other case, and then he picked up this case, was brought into custody, and then I think ICJ transferred him to Kalamazoo for the competency purposes. So I believe that is where he's at. So, I mean, I'm not sure we really need to go the route of filing a whole nother competency petition on this case. Since that one's already pending, we can kind of just wait and see, and I'm sure it's on the way.
That works for me. Do we want to set it for second pretrial then, or?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Do we adjourn?
I would estimate about 30 days would probably be sufficient.
So we're gonna put the file in hold pattern.
Which file?
This file.
Okay.
to match. The clerk should have thrown this in the other one.
Okay.
Let me just check. Yep. We'll just put it in the forensic miscellaneous hold until it can be found. Until he gets seen on it.
Until. Yeah, essentially, we're gonna do the same thing. We're just gonna call it something different. Because instead of setting it for second pretrial and seeing what happens on the first file that is gonna be seen for forensics, we're just gonna put this file in a hold and wait to see what happens on the second file that holds that forensics. Regardless, we're waiting to see what happens with the second file in forensics. We can't have a pretrial today. But that makes more sense because then we know where to find the file, or else we'll lose the file. Maybe. Okay. So we will place this file on hold and wait to see what happens on the first file, which is going to forensics. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-02421, Ms. Hagan Lawrence.
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Then what do you want to do with Mr. Pruitt?
I believe Ms. Robinson will be requesting a competency evaluation. That was my understanding the last time we spoke.
It is. We've got some outstanding files, and that's where, I think I think they want a forensic on every file.
Could we do it similar to how we just handled Mr. Schramm, where she just makes a request for the one file and we put them all together so we'll have an understanding?
We have some that are not arraigned.
The problem is the dates of incident. The dates of incident happened after the files were after these files. So it gets, forensics will only consider what we send to them as far as what they're going to review. So I believe the issue is in the past he's been referred, but we've only referred one file. So it doesn't give the forensics department a global understanding of Mr. Pruitt.
But how many times has he been referred?
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's correct, but what happens is that that I already did file a forensics petition. So that is on his older cases. These are his newer cases that he just hasn't been arraigned on yet, that were filed after the fact. So I think the competency petition is still outstanding with Mr. Pruitt. And we're just waiting for forensics to do that. While these incidences happened after the fact, I don't imagine the city attorney is going to object to having a competency decision made for all of the cases, depending on what the outcome is based on
He's
that.
definitely been arraigned on these two.
He has been arraigned on these two. Okay, I'm not sure.
I think so. Yeah.
He's got a lot going on, but I know he
Yeah.
had two cases that were not yet arraigned. But I have filed competency petitions on the two.
We have, this was one of these was defendant would not come out from court. And we did not make him FTA and we set it for today. And then the other one, this one, I don't know if it's been arraigned on. No boxes.
Looks like I filed the competency petition with the court on November 9th.
But PR bond was set on this.
Because he's been in for almost 30 days, which is longer than the penalty for the case.
I believe he's being held on another matter. It's not these cases.
Right. Yeah, I think he is past his 21-day period on both these. At least one of these I know he is. Because it's written in the file. The other one is I think the other one's a new one. But nothing's checked, but there is a PR bond. And then on November 9th, it just says homeless, $100 PR bond on it. Even check that file. He's arraigned. They didn't check any boxes. All right, so he's been arraigned on both of these files. We obviously can't have we can't obviously have a pretrial today. We have him, he's awaiting a forensics evaluation on another file.
That's correct. So I'm showing that he has 5 open cases right now, at least in my system. But I'm not, I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure which one of the ones is holding him in.
I don't think. Right. Ms. Robinson, what case number did you file the forensic packet on? Do you know that off the top of your head?
Yeah, so I filed it on case number 2202739 OM and also on 2202740 SM. That says SM, but I think it's supposed to be OM.
That part's, for whatever reason, the clerk's office hasn't updated any of this from last week. Okay. Judge, with your permission, when we get off the record, I'll find Miss Taylor. And I'll figure out what's going on. We'll just throw all of his pending cases into the forensic.
Yeah,
hopper
I
and
think
hope
that's
for the
what,
best.
I think that's,
Is that agreeable to, if
so
judge agrees to it, would that work for everybody?
let's call these and then we'll talk about, I
mean,
think that was your initial indication was let's put them in a file.
I'm
and let's
fine
wait
with
to see
that
what
as long as
happens.
it hasn't, like, if the other petition hasn't like officially been filed yet. I just didn't want it to like slow the
Right.
process down or keep him in longer. That was my only concern, so.
it would do that, Ms. Robinson. I remember seeing the packets come through. I don't know why nothing has been updated and done in the behind the scenes, so to speak. So I need to speak with the criminal manager to see what is going on with this.
Yeah, no problem. That's fine.
You filed them on the 7th? Is
The
that
9th.
correct? The 9th.
All right, so let's call, have I called these to the record yet? I don't think I
I
have.
don't think we did.
I think we're trying to figure out. So let's go on the record in docket 2202490 and 2202739. People of the state of Michigan versus Edric Pruitt. We've had some discussions concerning Mr. Pruitt. He is not, we know where he is. He's in the jail. He just hasn't come out of his cell. There are 2 separate files in which the public defender has filed for forensic. And we'll indicate what we plan to do with these files, but I'll take appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Lisa Hagan Lawrence appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Pruitt.
All right, this is the time set for pre-trial as indicated. Mr. Pruitt is not leaving his cell. We know where he is. There's been 2 forensic evaluations filed on separate cases. It is the intent of the court today to do follow-up to find out exactly what is in the computer concerning the forensic evaluations on Mr. Pruitt, but then to place these files in a hold until we see what happens on the forensic evaluation on the 2 other files. That's the intent of the court. Any comment or objection to that, Ms. Hagan Lawrence?
None, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Robinson, on either one of these files?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that's all for the record in docket 2202490 and 2202739.
Oh, Judge, I'm sorry. I did just want to check. So he's PR'd on these cases.
I know he is on one. I know he is on the older one. I'm not sure about the newer one.
And can you,
On the one,
are they like
so I'll check.
after 21 days? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to check. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't in past the 30 days. So that's what I was concerned about.
Correct.
Thank
All
you.
right. You're welcome. So that's all for the record on those 2 files on Mr. Pruitt. And I think that's it for, that's all we've got left to show causes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 2201-864. That is Jefferson Capital Systems versus Sarah Ward. This was set for 8:30. It is now 11:10. And it appears that both parties have failed to appear. So the case is dismissed. That's all for the record in 2201-864. There's notes all over that saying, we're gonna resolve this, we got it resolved, blah, blah,
Where
blah.
did my Zoom go?
I don't know.
Am I still on there?
Huh?
Am I still on Zoom?
Yep,
Hmm.
yeah, it's live and haven't stopped it.
But I'm still logged in?
I don't know. I can't tell if you're logged in.
I
I
don't
can
think
just,
I am.
I can just go look on Zoom and the courtroom's still on Zoom.
Yeah, I can see the courtroom's on. I got it. We're good.
Oh. Oh, well, here, we might as well wait for the 11:15s. Thomas Hernandez,
Yeah, let me play and look at.
Chance Conster. I can do some warrants while I'm here.
Oh, while you do that, and go sit in Nathaniel's chair and do my notices.
All right.
I don't know if that was supposed to crack that way.
Alyssa, yes. This is. Well, I'll go out with you so that I'm gonna go back to the office and do these because if I do them when people are showing up,
Okay.
then they'll just want to go on the record and I'll wait for everybody to show their face.
Works for me.
Oh, we might want to turn off the,
Oh, I thought we were muted.
me too.
Good morning. Would the gentleman in blue on the iPhone please identify yourself?
Jamie Carmona.
Okay, thank you. We'll be with you in just a moment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22 L2723381. City of Lansing versus Thomas Hernandez. And sir, you are Thomas Hernandez?
Yes, I am.
All right, this is show cause hearing concerning an outstanding balance of $155 to be paid to the city of Lansing. I have it on September 14th. You were given a 30-day extension to pay that balance. And now the show course has been set. Have you been able to pay that balance, Mr. Hernandez?
I will be able to on this Friday.
This Friday? All
Yes.
right, so I'm going to indicate for the record that the balance will be paid on December 18th. I'm sorry, on November 18th by 5 o'clock.
Yes, that'll be perfect.
Balance of $155. And you, as you know, you can make that to the 6th floor traffic window, or you can make that online. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had counsel with you. Counsel, would you like your appearance for the record?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Judge. Yeah, it's Toby White, P57988. I will mail an appearance into you and to the city. And
okay.
We had coached him and said that what really the judge wants is for you to pay the fine, nothing else. And so,
right.
But we'll get an appearance in, so we're official on this, and I can assure you that he will pay the $155 by the 18th.
All right, that sounds good. Any questions, Mr. Hernandez?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then I've got you down by paying by 5 o'clock November 18th. You can pay that in person or online.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Mr. White, for your appearance, and thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
All right, thanks, Judge.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-02053, City of Lansing versus Jamie Carmona. And sir, you're Jamie or Jaime Carmona?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. This is the time set for a show cause on the matter. I have an outstanding balance of $500 to the city of Lansing that came out of an August 29th date plea and sentence. Mr. Carmona, have you been able to make any payments towards that balance?
I didn't receive any information on how to make the payment. I've been trying to find out how to make the payment arrangement. And I just talked to the public defender this morning, and she told me that at the show cause, how you guys were gonna be able to tell me how I can make the payment arrangement. I can make a payment today.
All right. What I'll do is I'll set out that the balance will be paid in the next, I'll say 6 weeks. So $500 to be paid in the next 6 weeks. And then let me give you some of that information that'll help you make the payment towards that. So you can make as many payments as you want per week, but as long as the entire balance is paid by week in 6 weeks, you should be good to go. Okay.
Okay.
So it'd be December 27th.
December 27th.
Yeah. And then I'll give you, you can pay online at 54adistrictcourtpay.com. That's 54adistrictcourtpay.com.
Pay.com.
Or you can go to the 6th floor of the City Hall building and pay at the traffic window.
Yeah, I'm currently residing in Florida. I'm not currently in Michigan. So that's why I had trouble trying to get the payment arrangement.
Yeah, probably easiest then on that online payment of 54adistrictcourtpay.com.
Okay.
All right. And I will, just for this, jot down there, I'll give you the phone number just in case. It's 517 483 4435.
4435. Is there an extension, sir?
No, that's it. That should be a straight line.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Carmona. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you so much, Judge.
And ma'am, you are Angel Payton.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to call to the record docket 22L273599C, City of Lansing versus Angel Payton. This is a show cause set on a payment for $130. And ma'am, you are Angel Payton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you been able to make any payment on that $130 debt?
I have. I paid it yesterday.
Oh, you did pay it yesterday. Let's check. I'm going to check the computer.
Okay. I also paid the other one, the 135.
When did she, I don't have a payment on either one. Does she?
Do you have a date on when you paid those? Because we don't see it in the computer, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been updated.
I paid the one yesterday, the 130 at around 8 a.m.
Okay.
yesterday. I have the confirmation emails as well. And I paid
What
the
are they?
130. Let me pull those up really
Did they give you a number in the confirmation?
Let me see here. Yep, there's a number.
All right. What's that number?
The 135 is 231 813 034 315. And then I can get
All
the
right.
other transaction number for the 130
Okay.
whenever you're ready.
I'm ready now.
Okay, 231 913 039 320.
And what website did you use to make those payments?
That was from the 54A District Court website that you just given out. And so that was yesterday. The 135 was November 14th at around 8:01 a.m. And then the 130 was this morning at 8:04 a.m.
Okay. All right. We're probably just catching up with, that's probably just catching up with the computer.
Okay.
But this is probably set a couple weeks ago. All right. All right.
Yeah, I kept refreshing the page and they kept showing both payments online. So I just didn't want to make another payment until I spoke with you
Well,
guys.
it's better to be safe than sorry. I've got you down as paid in full. And you both, and I wrote down both transaction numbers.
Okay.
So we're gonna try to figure out why on our end, it's not showing that it's paid. With the transaction numbers, I'm confident that you've been paid in full. If not, we'll figure out what the problem is. But for today's purposes, you're all set, okay, ma'am?
Okay, so I should maybe
All
like
right.
expect follow up, like reach out or something to confirm.
I would do it. I would check to see the status.
I would have her call back on Thursday.
Yeah. So call this number on Thursday just to double check. It's 517.
Sorry, one second. I'm trying to write it
No,
down.
you're good.
Okay, ready.
517
Mhm,
483
mhm.
4435. Just to double check that the computer has an indication that you paid.
Okay,
I've written the same in the file, but I want to make sure I want to make sure you have that number just to double check.
okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. You're all set, Miss Staten Payton. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. go. Let's do this. All right. On the record docket 22 L2739493, that's City of Lansing versus Chance Hester. It's a show cause balance of $134.
Forfeit is just straight up.
So it's a show cause for the $134 balance. The defendants failed to appear and will bench warrant.
Because they already have a bench warrant.
Yeah. All right, and in docket 220098R1. This has been set for show cause on a balance of $150. The defendant has failed to appear, and a bench warrant is issued for the fail to appear. And on docket 18-03556, City of Lansing versus Tracy Miller. Time set for a show cause on a $215 balance. This is set for 11:30. It is now 11:48. Defendants failed to appear, and a bench warrant is issued for that fail to appear. And on two files, docket 22-00935 and 22L27066563. Time set for show cause on Darian Summeror. It was set for 11:30. It's now 11:49. It appears the defendants failed to appear on the first file, failed to appear on a balance of $325. A bench warrant's issued for that fail to appear. And on the second file of 22-0095935, there's a show. This is time set for show cause for $130. So it was set for 11:30. It's now 11:45. Appears the defendants failed to appear, and the court will enter a bench warrant for fail to appear. And that's all for the record on those files. So on the record in docket 22-01974 LT. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joy Whitty on behalf of plaintiff landlord.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Veronica Pereira on behalf of Mr. Dawson.
Okay, and for the record, you are Marlon Dawson?
Yes, sir.
And you're here in person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the time set for a hearing. I believe this was set by Judge Buchanan when I was sick 2 weeks ago. And this is, I have a stip in order to adjourn the hearing in front of me. Would either one of you like to be heard on that?
I could just provide some background, Your Honor.
All
Mr.
right.
Dawson does have Sarah funding that is going to cover pretty much all of his balance. The only thing that we are waiting on is he received a Section 8 voucher through Lansing Housing Commission, and his payments for October and November seem to be delayed. And so I think both myself and Ms. Woody's office have reached out to Lansing Housing Commission to see where those payments are. And once we get that update from Lansing Housing Commission, we should be able to resolve this matter.
Ms. Whitty, do you want to be heard?
No, that's fine. Thank you. She was accurate. I concur.
All right. So I've indicated for the record, I've signed the stip in order to adjourn and indicated that the parties are waiting on a confirmation from rental assistance among other things. And that we'll reset it. And I don't know if we have a date yet to reset. So,
Yes.
all right. So we'll reset it for
January 18th at 1:30.
January 18th
At 1:30.
at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-01974, Ms. Whitty?
Nothing for plaintiff. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Pereira.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. That's all for the record in this file. Thank you for your appearances today.
Thank
And
you.
so, Mr. Dawson, if you have any questions, keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Pereira. The next date is January 18th at 1:30. Okay, sir?
Okay, I'd just like the court to note that, and I'd like the, Ms. Whitty, representation to know that I did pay for months, September, October, and November of 2022. And I do have the stubs present with me today to show that I have made the payment. But they was made out to Mid-Michigan 3-pack LLC. So
Good. Okay.
during the takeover, I don't know what the delay is, but I have proof that I can show, yes.
I'm glad to hear it. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. So keep in contact with your lawyer, and that's all for the record in this file.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.